Welcome back, guys. Day 4 of the AR convention, and guess who I've dragged in from the North Pole to help me out? Martin's left me. We've kicked him out of the studio, and I've got Gordy in here. So, Gordy, you gonna hang around and catch out all the cool events that we've got going for Day 4?
I will. Good morning to you all in Australia and New Zealand, and anyone else that's joining us from the States on a fine Sunday evening, or I believe it's chilly. You're just full of rubbish, you lot. It's shorts and t-shirt weather in Australia and New Zealand today, middle of winter. Enjoy it. Okay, I do recommend a kilt if it gets a bit chilly. It's good having a bit of a rug round you. So. Yeah, I believe that the order of ceremonies today is that we've got Kevin Marks from the great state of Wisconsin joining you to do some fast tracksy stuff,
We are.
making turnouts. Is that right? Yeah.
That is. Yep.
Kevin is hot on his safety features. He wanted you all to know that you should have a fire extinguisher at the side of your laptops whilst watching his clinic, just in case anything pops out through the screen or anything like that. And then I believe we have Mr. Spud Kramer.
Spud Boy, yeah.
Spud Kramer, yeah. Our Idaho potato farmer from Ohio, Jordan, joining you doing some summer rail fanning. And I know yesterday, was it yesterday or was it the day before?
I think it was
One
the
day
day
of the
before.
convention. It was Saturday, yeah. So Jordan was actually doing some live rail fanning in the breakout rooms in the lounge. So who knows? He might do something after his clinic, and I recommend you folks do check out the lounge and the breakout rooms, the lobby. I'm getting the right term here.
Lobby, yep.
The lobby, yeah, the lobby. You don't get frisked for sandpaper on the way in, and there's some good chats going on there. I've been dipping in and out and having a chat with a few folks, so it's been good. And then Jerry Hopkins MMR is going to be talking about LEDs or LEDs, isn't it?
LEDs, yep. That's it.
LEDs.
Jerry's
awesome.
Always up for a good clinic.
It'll be an illuminating clinic, I hope. And then Arthur Hayes MMR, who joined us. Both of these were our panel from yesterday. If you remember the MMR panel, great panel. I'm sure you all enjoyed that. Sorry about the technical problems. He's doing an ops session or talking about ops on a small layout. Tell me about this layout, Brad.
Oh, it's his home layout. Tell you the truth, I haven't actually seen it myself, so I'm hanging out to watch this clinic myself. So I think everyone should be definitely hanging in for Arthur's clinic. He's always a wealth of knowledge.
Arthur, if you're listening, I think we should put Brad as dispatcher next time. He's next time you have an ops session, make sure Brad's there for dispatching.
I believe
he needs the hours for his chief dispatcher certificate, so he can get himself up there. Get dispatching. He's got to train. He's got to get his training in before he goes and dispatches casino. And then we've got, and then following Arthur, we've got Eric, who's going to be looking at static grass. But you said a really posh word for it. I call it static grass, me. What did you call it? Electrostatic.
Electrostatic grass. You know, it's one of those things that you always seem to zap yourself with. Well, I do anyway. So I'll be keen to see how he can tell me not to zap myself.
Are you saying that Eric's on the pulse of static grass?
You're full of great little jokes there, Gordy. Well done. I love it. You bring a spark to me morning.
Look at that. 2 minutes notice, right? 2 minutes notice. He's here. And then rounding it out, you've got Peter with a fantastic clinic that is going to be one that I think is going to be remembered and well spoken about afterwards, which is on super detailing interiors. Because just because you can't see it doesn't mean you shouldn't put it there. That's effectively our mantra here. And interiors really make a layout pop, especially if it's a structure that's in the foreground of your layout. Even in N scale, quite a few of my N scale structures have interiors. I've done yard offices with full interiors. With just for Kevin Marks next to Kevin's desk in the office, he's got a fire extinguisher. But yeah, I have done interiors in my buildings, and it's tough to do because there's not actually that many materials. So it'll be a really good clinic. It's something that is just readily available
as well. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, that's cool.
So
that'll be day 4.
That'll be day 4. Just quickly, a few housekeeping things. Don't forget we do have that lobby, lounge, whatever Gordy would like to call it. I know Gordy will be jumping probably back over there to have a chat, and I believe there is a few guys over there at the moment. I'll put the link in the chat earlier on. So jump over there, have a look, check it out, tell us what you think of it. Also, if you're on YouTube and you're watching this and you don't want to miss anything that we've done before or what's coming up, don't forget to subscribe to our channel, hit the bell icon, and you'll always be notified at every event that we're going to put out live. So we've always got some good content coming out and whatnot. I'm just going to quickly jump over into the chat, Gordy, and we'll see who's kicking around for the morning so far. It's a pretty chilly morning here for me. I don't know about shorts and shirt weather. Like, seriously, it's 4 degrees. I've got a heater on underneath the desk here, so I can get away with it. But it's 4 degrees, Gordy. I don't know about you. Yeah?
What's wrong with that?
No, yeah. Summertime, isn't it?
It's in the positive, isn't it? Not the negative.
Okay, so over in the chat, I see we've got Reed, Rowan, Andy, Jerry, Craig, Pat. So they're starting to build up there in the background. I think I'm going to cut to some ads. I've got to go get my safety equipment for this first clinic because I don't want to be caught out. I know how dangerous this guy is.
Absolutely should. And if anyone wants to just give me, I'm going over to the lounge for 15 to 30 minutes. So if you want to, quiz the president or give me any grief or whatever, then now's your opportunity. But I won't be staying up all night because I do have to work in the morning. But we have to, for those in for those outside of Queensland, don't forget to wish Lizzie a happy birthday and enjoy your public holiday day and watching some great clinics.
Righto. Thanks, Gordy. We'll be back shortly.
Thanks, Brad. Appreciate it. It's good to be back here on NMRAx and do another clinic on track building. So appreciate the time, and thanks everyone. I know you've sat through a lot of clinics in the past few days, and I appreciate you tuning in this morning. So I promised Martin that I'll say the word solder instead of solder, how everyone else pronounces it in America. And I've been practicing all weekend to say solder. So I will give it my best shot. So what I want to talk today is just some basic track building tools that we have, and then later I'll give a demonstration on resistance soldering. I always get a lot of questions on how do resistance soldering irons work. So I will do a quick little demo, and we're going to build some track later. So what I kind of want to do first is just run through some of the tools that you would need to build your own track. And even if you build part of a railroad, if you build part of a railroad and just hand lay a little bit of it, this will work as well if you want to build a railroad and do all of it. And some of these basic techniques apply to everything that you would do, not just building track. And I'll explain that kind of as we go along. But as Brad mentioned, you always need some safety equipment when you're using hot tools. The fire extinguisher is in the background, and then right over here, it's backwards. Bear with me. There's a little fan to blow any fumes out of the way. But some of the other tools that I find useful in track building, as we get a little older, your eyesight gets a little less accurate. So having an optivisor really, really helps. And you can actually watch the solder flow and watch the metal change color, and you'll find that useful as well. A couple other tools that work for track building, some flush cutting nippers. Those are essential. And then everyone has, there you go, just an assortment of needle files. You'll need that. You'll also need a little bigger file right here for filing track, and a couple other little tools. There's a little wire brush. Everyone needs one of these. And then I like using 400 grit sandpaper to etch the metal and clean the metal before we solder. So that's important as well. Otherwise, a lot of it is just some of the basic tools that you'd find anyway that you would need for all your other kit bashing projects. So let's kind of jump right into it and talk about just some of the tools that Fast Tracks offers. Even if you don't hand build all of your track, we still have a lot of tools that you would still need if you're using commercial track. So I kind of want to run through those things first, because a lot of people think if you're going to buy something from Fast Tracks, you need to build your own track, and that is false. We make some great tools that you can use to put down flex track, and then also to check your track gauges. So what I'm going to do next is move the camera down, or actually, let me just show you these real quick first. So we have this product called Sweepsticks, and these are little laser cut plywood pieces that come in all the gauges, and you can basically snap these inside your flex track. And we also make these if you want to hand lay track as well too. That's what these little notches are right here. So you can put a spiking pliers either on the outside of the rail or on the inside of the rail. Then I like to use these to do track planning full size rather than on a computer. You can have your best. I find that I have an idea, I sketch it on some paper, and I have a bunch of these, and I can lay something down and see if that idea is going to work. And then these middle gaps right here are for taking a pencil to mark your center line, or if you've already marked your center line on your layout, you can use these gaps to see where that is and place these on top. So neat little tools. They come in straight pieces, and then they also come in curved pieces. And you can see up here, there's the scale, and then here's the radius right here. So this is O scale 36-inch radius. And all of these ends, female end and a male end, these are all standardized, so you can put different pieces together just like this, and they all match. So if you're laying a yard and you're using flex track, these are really invaluable. And then another little tool we have is called the space gauge, which looks like this. And down on the bottom, you'll see these little tabs that stick out, and these are adjustable. So that way, whatever parallel track spacing you want to do, you can either use tape and tape them together, or you can just kind of pop this up, put some wood glue in here, and put it back down. So I'm going to show you how to use these to lay a yard track right now using flex track. So I'm going to move the camera real quick and give you a quick little demo. And then I'm also going to show you how you can use these on curves and actually make some transition track going from a broader radius curve to a smaller radius curve. These little guys make it very, very easy. So I'm going to move the camera down to the table here and just want to make sure that everything is in the frame. So here we have 3 pieces of Atlas O-scale flex track, and you know, it's just like any other flex track, kind of bendy and springy. And you think laying this straight on a railroad is easy, but if you've ever had to do a large yard or even a small yard, you'll spend a lot of time getting the rail just absolutely straight. So what you could do is take these little sweepsticks right here, and you can use these to basically straighten out the rail, which I'm doing now, and that'll take any little bends out, and that'll make your life easier, and then you don't have to come back later and try to straighten it out. And the reason you want things straight, you'll get better performance from your engines and cars, but it'll also look a lot nicer while you are photographing it as well. So you can see how these pieces just literally just kind of snap right in. And in addition to the long ones, there's also short little pieces that you can use as well. And I'll just pop some of these in real quick, just like that. So literally in a matter of seconds, we have straightened out our flex track. And then what you can do is use these space gauges, and these little nubby pieces right here fit inside these center pieces on the rail. So you just come back and just work your way down, and you'll find you might need to move this sweepsticks inside the rail a little bit, and very quickly, and I'm just using the broadest spacing here just for demonstration purposes. So very quickly you can come in and you have perfectly straight parallel track that will be consistent as you lay your yard down, and that is just fantastic when you're using flex track that isn't quite perfectly straight. So that's a neat little technique that you can use, and we'll pop this off. And now what I'm going to do is show you how to use these sweepsticks and make a transition curve. And that seems to stump a lot of people, and these sweepsticks make it really easy for transition curves. So we'll get rid of everything except one piece right here. So if you want to start with a straight piece, and then for our demonstration today, I'm going to use a 42-inch radius. And then what we're going to do is take that 42-inch radius and move that, or transition that, into a 36-inch radius. So all we do is just pop these inside, and then take the 42-inch and then just kind of work it in the rail just like that. And then I'm going to put another one in, and you can see right here how how much we need to bend the flex track. So you just kind of slowly work it in. And now we have our two transition pieces right here at 42 inches. And we're going to transition that into a 36-inch radius, just like this. And we'll put one more in at the end. And we all know bending flex track at the end is always a little difficult. The rail wants to go straight. And just like that, literally in minutes, we have a straight piece here going into a 42-inch radius right here. And then right at this point, it transitions into a 36-inch radius. So that was very, very easy. And if you're ever doing this and you find that the ends don't always line up exactly where you want, or if you don't want two full sections as a transition, what I've done before too is when I'm putting together some track and I need the track to fit in a specific location, I'll actually kind of put everything together and then I'll kind of telescope these together just like this. And once I find where that point is, where it needs to be, I'll take some blue painter's tape and just kind of pull off a piece, wrap it around. And I just kind of made my own custom transition curve right here. So sweepsticks are a great little tool that you can use to do some planning. You can use it to lay out a yard, but most importantly, you can get some really nice smooth curves on flex track and kind of take out all the guesswork on making sure that your radiuses are in the right spot. So let's just clean up the table a little bit, get these out of the way. And I want to show you another neat little tool that we have. So I'll hold this like this. This is called a trifecta 3-point track gauge. These are CNC machined, and on the other side, the rail will fit into these little slots right here. And there's a tiny little bit of play still within the NMRA standard that will make these go around curves. And then on the other side, this straight piece right here, that is your center line on the rail. So if you're hand laying, that just gives you an idea of where your center line will be. And then this brass handle is just a handle to help move it around your track a little bit easier. So one of the things that I like to do is use this as well as the NMRA gauge. The NMRA gauge is great for checking your flange ways. It's great for checking your track points to make sure they're in the right location. But the thing that this can't do is it can't sit up on your rail and you can't slide it along. So what's nice about these little guys is you can put this on your rail and you can slide it. Make sure this is in the frame here. You can slide it and make sure that your track is engaged. If you do want to get any of these, I would recommend getting 3. So that way when you are laying track, what I like to do is I like to have, if I need to either solder some track or I'm hand laying, I like to have one on each side of whatever area that I'm working. And then I like to have another one down on the end over here. And that will just help keep the rails that haven't been attached yet to the roadbed from spreading out. And if you have flex track, or if you're using any type of commercial track, these are extremely precise. And what I like to do with my flex track when I do put it down is just kind of run these along, and I look for tight spots and loose spots. And if I run into a tight spot, I'll just take a file and just kind of file off the inside of the base of the rail a little bit and make sure that that section of track is perfectly engaged. And as long as your wheel sets match the NMRA standard, your track will perform just fine. So again, these are called trifecta track gauges, and those are on the website. You can see what sizes. There are multiple rail sizes, and we make these in almost every scale. And that's a great little tool to have in your arsenal. The other thing that we make, if you do any type of handling, especially curves, is a rail roller. And this is used for bending rail. And this is not scale specific. You can use it for code 83. And I've got a piece of code 83 right here, so I can show it to you. And you basically just slide the rail in between these rollers right here, and you can tighten things up. And you always want to pull the rail through just like this, and that puts a really nice, even, consistent curve. So you just go back and do it a few times, and then you can, if you need a sharper radius, you can tighten it up a little bit and then pull the rail through. And what this does is it takes the tension out of the rail. So when you attach the rail to your ties, either with PC ties or with spikes, there's no tension in this rail, and it will sit flat on your roadbed just like this. And that will help ensure that your track will give you years of performance. So if you do a lot of handling, especially curves, this is a nice little tool to have. So now let's get into some proper soldering techniques. And we talk about it a lot. And if you've seen some of my other NMRA presentations, soldering seems to be the mystery that a lot of people have. So I want to teach you some proper techniques so you get good results. I'm just going to move the camera back up here a little bit. So kind of view soldering as painting. Cleanliness is everything. If it's not clean, it's not going to work. The two materials won't bond together. No different than if you're painting a locomotive, you would want to wash the shell, or if you're painting a boxcar, you would want to wash it first, get all the residue off, and make sure that surface is clean so the paint can adhere to it. And metal is no different. Where a lot of people run into problems is when they don't clean the metal. And kind of the rule of thumb I like to use is, if it's not shiny, don't solder it. And people think just because it's new means that it's ready to go. And that is not the case. And the biggest culprit of that is rail. So when you buy rail, even in flex track, it's not clean. But if you buy rail and it comes in packs like this, or if you buy a tube of 36-inch rail, this is brand new. And for our demo today, I'm going to do O scale. So I already cleaned this already. But what I want to tell people is, just because it's new, this is still really, really dirty. When rail is formed, is actually either a circle or a square piece of metal, and it's actually pulled through a die to form the rail profile. It's not CNC machined. So in order to make that process go easier, a lubricant is added when it's being pulled through the die, and that lubricant is still on the rail when you receive it. So what I do before I really start with any track work is I'll take my Dremel wire wheel, and then I like using, get this, I have very bright lights up here. So I like using these carbon steel wire brushes. You can use brass ones, but the brass ones aren't quite as aggressive in getting that off. and I just buy these literally by the pack when they're on sale. I pick up a bunch, and I will go through, and here it is on my Dremel right here, and I'll actually go through and clean off the inside of the web of the rail, and also on the bottom. And the pieces that I'm using for the soldering demonstration in a few minutes are brand new. I just got them, and that was rail that was shipped to Fast Tracks earlier this year, so it's fairly new. But wow, it was pretty dirty. So that's always a good idea, that you want to clean everything. A couple people, some of them like to use acetone to clean that off. I prefer not to, just because we're doing things with high heat, and I don't want there to be any issues. Also, I don't want to breathe in acetone. That's just me personally. I did that enough as a kid when I was painting my RC airplanes, and I was using dope paint, and I inhaled a lot of that as a child, so I don't want to do that anymore. So the wire wheeling just takes a few minutes, and it will get all that crud off. And then before we actually solder, I actually like to hit everything with some 400 grit sandpaper, and that will take the surface oxidation off, as well as etch the metal a little bit, which will give the solder a little more bite to grab into. And ever since I started using the sandpaper, wow, the results have been fantastic, and you'll see that in just a little bit. So whenever I see people having issues with soldering, and I just want to address those real quick and how you can fix those, everyone seems to need some help in that area. And if you do your prep work right the first time, you won't have to go back and fix anything. So I see people that have big globs of solder on their track or on their wires. And, you know, I mentioned, think of soldering like painting, also think of it like gluing. More glue is not always better. It just gets messy and makes the problem worse. And you'll see in a little bit, when the joint heats up to proper temperature, the solder will literally wick around the metal, and there won't be any globs. In fact, you will barely be even to tell that I soldered this. It's that clean. So when you see globs of solder, that basically tells you that either the metal isn't clean, or you don't have enough heat, or it's a combination of both. So it's always good to practice a little bit before you actually work on your project. And on the last NMRAx video, I was just demonstrating on an HO scale fixture, and you know, I just built this real quick. Before you attempt to build a turnout in one of these, it's always good to just practice the components first and get used to soldering in a fixture like this. And I think on that clinic, one of the other NMRAx clinics, I just showed how you can build a frog here. So before you attempt to build a turnout, just like before you attempt to spray paint your brass locomotive for the first time, you might want to practice on some scraps. It's always a good idea. So, you know, cut little pieces of rail or scraps like this, and then practice your filing and practice, and you can kind of see, I'll try to do this with the light here, you can see just how clean those joints are. And there's no globs. Let me turn it around this way. There's no globs on anything, and it's very clean. And you'll start noticing those globs when you start taking photos of your railroad. They will become very apparent. So if you do get some globs of solder, you do have some solutions, and one of them is this product. Not sure if it's backwards in the frame or not, but it's called Super Wick, and I just buy these on Amazon in packs of 10. And basically, this is just some copper braid that has flux inside. And if you do find you were a little messy with your solder, you literally just heat the joint up, or actually put this on top of the solder and hit it with your soldering iron, and that will wick away all the excess solder. And I do that anyway when I'm done, just to kind of clean everything up. I don't want bits of solder around, because like I said, when you go back to photograph your railroad, those will become very apparent and quite large in the frame, and you don't want that. So, you know, this is a great friend as you learn how to solder, and it works great on wiring as well too. Or if you're soldering grab irons on a brass boxcar or railings on a locomotive, you can use this to clean everything up. So that works out really well. And then the other thing I want to talk about is just the type of solder that you use. If you go to a big box home improvement store, a lot of people have this, which you can see how thick that is. It's probably not quite an eighth of an inch thick, maybe a couple 32nds of an inch thick, but it's pretty thick stuff. And this is too big for soldering track. Even in O scale, this is too much, especially in HO and N scale. Just putting a little dab on this, you already put too much solder on your joint. So just as a comparison, Fast Track sells a much thinner solder. It's a 60-40 solder, and I just want to show you the difference between the two so you can see just how thin that is, and you can control the amount of solder that you put on your joints. So if you have some plumbing solder that's been sitting in your toolbox for the past 25 years, don't use that, please. Use really thin solder like what we sell. It's just a couple dollars, and you'll get much, much better results with that. So you want to try to eliminate you having to go back and clean up your work later. If you do it right the first time, you really don't have to do a lot of cleanup to make your work look really good. And that's what I'm going to show you today. The other thing, if you are using a regular soldering iron, here's just an example of what Weller sells. They make different size tips, and you always want to make sure that the tip is as small as you can get it. Like here's a wedge tip, just as an example, and the iron that I have came with one like this. And then this one, I'll take this out of the package just so you can see the difference, is, look at how much smaller it is, and you want to get some nice pinpoint heat. The other thing that happens if you solder in one of our fixtures, you want to make sure that the tip of your iron is not hitting the side of the fixture, because the fixture acts as a heat sink. And if your soldering iron, or as an example, this wedge right here is too big, no matter what I do, it's going to hit the side of the fixture. You don't want to use that. You want to use a smaller pencil type tip. The other thing about cleaning your tip seems to be an issue as well, where you don't want to solder with a dirty tip. And some people are tempted to use sandpaper. You don't want to use sandpaper on one of these tips. Don't do that, because what will happen is the sandpaper will actually etch the tip, creating more surface area, and that just allows corrosion and oxidation to occur even faster. So it's kind of a self-defeating thing that you're doing. So Weller makes this guy, which is basically a bunch of brass shavings in a little silicone container, and they sell spares of this. But this is a great way to clean your tip, where you can just go in like this while the iron's hot, and that's enough to get the oxidation off, and then you can start soldering. This literally was a couple dollars on Amazon, and then I think a pack of like 4 or 6 of these brass shavings was $10. So it really wasn't that much, but this is a great little way to keep your tip clean, whether you're building track or you're soldering feeder wires, or you're doing, like I said, soldering handrails on a caboose. It works out really, really well. And then the other thing, the last thing that Brad kind of mentioned in the beginning, are gloves. When you're soldering, view it as painting. Every time you touch something, the oils from your skin are going on the surface, and you don't want that. So once you get everything clean, you want to make sure the oils stay off. And you never know when a thumbprint is going to go on the spot right where you need to solder, and that's not going to work well. So I basically use these all the time. I got these at Home Depot. These are the Grease Monkey Nitro Black Gloves. I like these better than latex. They're a little beefier, and they actually have some serrations on the surface so you can grab onto things a little bit better. You don't want small pieces of rail to pop out of your hands. So what we're going to do now is I'm just going to kind of walk you through soldering some straight track and show you what I do to get some really nice results. And the whole idea is to show you that it's not hard, it's quite easy, and I'm also going to demonstrate a resistant soldering iron, so that way you can kind of see what the difference is. The last thing I'll show you for safety is safety glasses, and these are actually prescription glasses. So when I went to my eye doctor, and these are my computer glasses, I had him make me some prescription safety glasses, and they were about $125, and that's money well spent. Your eyes are worth far more than that. So whenever you cut rail, you always want to have safety glasses on, especially ones that extend around the side right here. A piece of rail can easily get in your eye, and you don't want some solder to accidentally splatter up. I really haven't had that happen very much, but you never know. Crazy things happen. So you always make sure that your eyes are protected. And then right before we start, the last thing we're going to talk about is your flux. You need to have flux. And we like using acid-based flux, and we actually had to go out and source this ourselves because it's harder finding acid-based flux these days, where we aren't making electronic joints, we're making mechanical joints, and we want the flux to be a little more aggressive. The way you solder decoders is different from the way we're soldering track. You don't want to use this acid-based flux soldering decoders. Keep this just for your track work. And if you can't find it, I found this brand at Lowe's, which is called No Corrode Flux. And it's a gray label. It just says regular paste flux, but the brand is called No Corrode. It's lead free, and this works. It's basically the same as what we sell, and that works really well. So if you don't, if you can't find it at your local store, you can get it from Fast Tracks, and we have it as well. So now we're actually going to start the process, and I'm just going to walk you through everything that I do when we are ready to solder. So I'm going to move, actually, before we do that, let's talk about resistant soldering for a little bit. So resistant soldering, there's a box that looks like this, and basically it's just a big rheostat, and you can dial in whatever wattage you want. And then this is a single point electrode. There is also a tweezer type electrode. And when I'm soldering feeder wire onto rail, I like using the tweezers. But for soldering track, I'll put this back here. But for soldering track, I like using this because this little pinpoint right here gets inside guardrails, which a regular soldering iron sometimes has a hard time doing. And you can get heat exactly where you want. So how resistant soldering works is you're basically creating an electrical circuit. So there's an alligator clip, and this plugs into the other plug that was on the transformer that I just showed you. And you want to clip this onto your rail. And then how all of this works is a current is being pushed through the wire, and it goes through your rail. And because it can't complete the circuit, it generates resistance, which generates heat. And then when you actually touch this piece to the rail, it completes the circuit, and you can pump a lot of heat in a very, very short time to your joint. Tonight we're soldering code 125, and that's some heavy stuff, and you need a lot of heat quickly. And if you're going to do a lot of soldering, I would highly recommend one of these. You don't need to get one if you are soldering putting together turnouts, but say you have 150 to 300 turnouts to build, this will actually make your life a whole lot easier, and it'll go a whole lot faster because it can generate heat very, very quickly. And then the last component of this resistant soldering unit is down below the table here, there's a little foot pedal, and I can just hit the foot pedal. A light goes on the unit, so I know it's on, and I know it's working. And when I'm done, and you'll see this in a little bit, I can take the heat off. I can release my foot from the foot pedal, take the heat off, but I can still use this tip to hold the rail in place while the joint cools. And what sometimes happens if you use a regular soldering iron, when you lift the tip off of what you're soldering, it actually lifts the piece up just a tiny little bit, and then the joint will cool, and now your joint is in the wrong spot, and that's called a cold solder joint. And you can tell that it's a cold solder joint because the joint is very cloudy and dirty looking, where a good solder joint is very shiny, and that's what you want. So if you don't have a shiny solder joint, you know you aren't doing something right. And that's where you want to practice first before you start building any type of track, or actually you want to practice before you start soldering anything. And what I'll do is I'll kind of make a mock-up of what I want to solder. If it's a brass locomotive or a brass car, I'll find some brass that's the same thickness, and I'll kind of roughly bend it in the same shape. And I'll just practice my technique before I actually practice working on a $400 car. So it's a little bit of work ahead of time, but it can save you a lot of frustration. And all it's going to do is build your skill set. And when you want to tackle something else, it will just make it really easy. So I'm going to move the camera down, and then we're going to solder some rail here, and this will go fairly quickly. And that's kind of the whole idea of what we're doing here. So what I'm going to do is kind of get this in the frame a little bit more. There we go. That's looking good. So like I said, the rail that we're using, I already cleaned with a Dremel brush. But what we want to do now, right before we're going to solder, is just take some sandpaper 400 grit, and we're just going to take off that surface layer of oxidation, just like this. And even though I wire wheeled this about an hour ago, I'm amazed at how much other gunk is coming off. And then what I like to do is I like to put the rail inside the sandpaper and make sure that I hit the side of the base of the rail right here, because you want the solder to flow underneath the joint, come out the other side, and grab on to that base of the rail. So now I'm going to do this other piece right here. And if you don't believe me that this works, I would challenge you to solder some track without cleaning the rail, and then solder a little section of track with rail that you cleaned beforehand, and you will notice a significant difference on how easy it is to solder. So we got the bottoms done, and now we're going to do the sides. The other thing, whenever you're doing this on rail, you always want to pull it through. You don't want to push it, because you can torque the rail. So now I know my rail is clean, and now I have ties already cut, and I did sand them beforehand. But we are going to, right before you solder, I just like, again, just hit it real quick with some sandpaper, and the soldering will go extremely fast. And this is pretty cool. So if you've watched me so far talk a lot, you're now going to see some action here. But you want to get everything really, really clean. And we'll get some really good joints to show you when we're done here. Even these PC ties, when they're new, they come in these frets. And these are actually, I'm doing this backwards, these are actually CNC machined, and they're fairly clean. They don't have a lubricant on them like track does, but they do have some surface oxidation. And I think one of the things that people think is that the flux will clean everything off, and that is incorrect. And this is why we wear gloves. So when I'm touching these ties here, I'm not getting the oils from my fingers onto the ties. So now we have some very clean ties, and we are going to put these in the fixture, just like this. And if you wanted to do this on your road bed, you can certainly do so. Put that one in upside down. So let's flip that back around. So here you have the PC ties in the road bed. Now what we want to do is put flux onto the ties, and I'm just using one of these little micro applicator brushes that you can buy almost anywhere, and I'm going to put some flux where the rail is going to go. And if you're hand laying track without one of these fixtures, you can just mark on your road bed where the rail is going to go, so that way you have an idea. So my last NMRAx video that I did, I think back in April, I actually showed how to do this with a conventional soldering iron. So check the NMRA videos on the NMRA YouTube page, and hopefully it's up there along with my other ones. And then if you want to see more, you can go to the Fast Tracks YouTube page. And if you click on playlists, you'll actually see a playlist that says Upstairs in the Workshop with Kevin. That's me. And you can watch my other soldering and track building videos too, where I do some cool stuff. So we have flux on the rail. And now what we're going to do is place the rail in the grooves of the fixture. And those will sit really nice. Sometimes when I have gloves on, can't quite do it. I'm going to make one little correction here. Hang on, I'm going to get a different fixture. Bear with me 1 second. So I just noticed I grabbed the wrong fixture, and the fixture that I had was for code 100 rail, and we want to use the fixture for code 125. So I'm just going to quick put this in a code 125 fixture and just kind of transfer these over. So I do have quite the collection of fixtures here, and I just grabbed the code 100 fixture versus a code 125 fixture because when I do sidings, I like to use code 100. So now that we have the right fixture, the rail basically just drops in place like this, and I'm just going to pop this other one in just like that. So now we need to put flux on the outsides of the rail. And if you have any of our other tools for building turnouts, point form tools, or I like to use 1, 2, 3 blocks. These little guys are pretty heavy. I just like to place that to hold everything in place while I do whatever work needs to be done. So now I can come back and I'm just going to hit the sides of the rail where they meet the tie, because we're going to solder one side and the solder will flow underneath and out the other side. And Brad, I know we're coming up on our time, but I'm going to show you how fast and easy this is, and we'll be just fine.
Perfect.
So soldering won't, I just want everyone to know that soldering is not this laborious process, But just like painting, it's all in the prep work. If you do your prep work right, soldering is actually really, really easy, which you will see right now. So what I'm going to do is I need to attach this electrode to one side, which I did. And now we can go through and start our work. So I'm going to start right up here. And when I solder, I like to hold the solder like this so you can see it. And what I like to do is I like to swipe it across the joint. And that way I can control how much solder is actually flowing through that joint. And I'll put the iron on the outside, just like what I'm doing, and then I'll hit it, and there's a little bit of smoke, there's a little hum, and we're going to, this is my first joint here, so the rail takes longer to heat up, and I just swiped the solder. I took my foot off the pedal, so now the iron is holding the rail onto the tie while it's cooling, and that is it. Literally, that's it. So now we're going to do this one right here and kind of follow the same process. And this is code 125, and this rail is cold. So the first one always takes a little more time. Okay, so we're going to go to the next one right here, and we're just going to kind of work our way down, and I'm just applying a little bit of solder. It's flowing underneath the joint and coming out the other side. So as soon as the solder gets on there, I take the heat off of the pedal and it holds everything in place. So we're just going to hit this one, and then we're just going to go right down the line. And the joints are coming out nice and shiny, which is exactly what you want. And we're just going to go down, and we're going to keep on. So when you have a resistance iron, you're basically getting really nice pinpoint heat. So you don't have to heat up a large portion of the metal that you're doing. So I just touch it with the solder, as you see here, and then it flows underneath the joint. And because the joint is nice and hot, it adheres to everything, and there's literally no mess. And that's it. So we just did one side, and now we're going to go back and do the other side. And I just moved the alligator clip to the other rail. You always want to put the alligator clip onto the side that you are working on. And your joints will heat up a little bit faster that way. And we're just going to come back, and this rail is cold. So the first joint, there we go. The first joint always takes just a little bit longer. And then all the other joints that you do will actually heat up nice and quickly. So I'm just going to touch the solder. It's flowing really well, and this goes really, really quick. That one's good. 2 more to go. So you can see literally in 3 minutes, we have soldered a section of track. There we go. That one's looking good. And last one right here. Oh, that's fantastic. So by soldering the ties, or I'm sorry, by sanding the ties first, we etch the copper in the ties, and that's creating little grooves, and the solder just sits right inside there. So literally in 3.5 minutes, this is what we did. So here, if you look at that, that's the quality of the solder joint that we did with the resistance iron. So then when you're done, because we use acid-based flux, you need to clean the residue of that acid off. So what we recommend doing is just taking a wire brush and just kind of hitting all the joints, and that'll kind of smooth out all the joints as well. And then I'll take this over to the kitchen and I'll use an old toothbrush and some Dawn dishwashing soap and give everything a good scrub again and a rinse, and that will get all of the acid-based flux off of the ties and the rail. And there you go. Nice, quick, easy, simple. So if you don't want to spend money on flex track, you can build your own straight track really, really fast. And the other advantage of building at least your own straight track, even if you don't use our fixtures for turnouts, when you use the fixture for straight track, you know, it's already straight. You don't need to go back and straighten it back out again. You can still use the sweep sticks and still use the space gauges to just line everything up. And I did a previous NMRAx video on building a ladder track, and I would recommend that you go back and watch that. So I'm going to move the camera back up a little bit, take the gloves off, and we're going to zoom back out again and kind of wrap this thing up. So there we go. That's a quick, easy demo on how to solder properly and using a resistant soldering iron. So hopefully that was informative. And if we have questions, Brad, we have a few minutes.
We do. Great clinic as always, Kevin. I'm sure everyone learnt some great information there on soldering. There's one question there from Greg Harper. He always thought that flux cleaned the surface good enough to bond. What's your thoughts on that?
Flux is good enough to clean the surface oxidation off, but the rail has a lubricant on it, and you really need to clean that off first. I like using the method that I showed you with rail. Use the wire brush, and then when you're ready to solder, use the sandpaper to etch the surface as well too. Flux really should just take a little bit of oxidation off. Kind of look at it this way. If your car is really, really dirty and you hose it down, you're going to get some of the dirt off, but not all the dirt is going to come off. If you want your car clean, you're going to have to get out some soap and use a brush and actually scrub it. And that's what we're doing, is we're using the sandpaper or the wire wheel to scrub the surface and get all of it off. And the flux will just take off any other minor surface oxidation, but it should not be you. But you shouldn't think the flux is going to clean it well enough if your two surfaces are dirty.
Okay. That leads into the next question. Andy asks, have you used acid instead of the sandpaper to clean?
I have not, but I know some people do. I just try not to use acid if I can. The other thing you have to remember is if you use acid or like acetone to clean off the rail, now you have a bunch of dirty rags filled, that have acid on it. And we've all seen those videos on YouTube where if you have a pile of dirty rags, they can sometimes spontaneously combust.
And we'll all
So
be going for our fire extinguishers.
yeah, well, if that happens, you're gonna have far bigger problems than what a fire extinguisher can do.
Um,
So I just prefer not to use acetone just because I don't have to worry about dealing with dirty rags, and it literally just takes a couple seconds to clean it with either sandpaper or a wire wheel.
okay, so let's jump over to some of the equipment that you're using there. And Rowan asks, what brand of resistance iron do you use?
So I have it's called American Beauty, and if you just Google American Beauty soldering, the website will come up, and you can click on resistance. And I actually think they have a tab on their website for model trains, and which is kind of wild. So they obviously know people use their products for model trains. And like I said, I have the 100-watt version. They also make a 250-watt version. 100 watts is more than enough for soldering code 125. If you're doing anything more than that, I would probably recommend getting the model that's 250 watts.
Okay. I see Al has put a comment in here. Interesting clinic. His club's actually starting to lay some fast track turnouts in 16.5 and 12 mil, and some also dual gauge stuff. So just
Nice.
one there for our Queensland modelers. Does fast tracks do a HON 3.5 jig fixture?
I believe they do. I'm an O scale modeler, so I'm not quite as well versed in some of the more obscure ones, but I want to say they do. Just go to the Fast Tracks website, and on the left, you'll see a button that says Assembly Fixtures. Click on that, and then all the different gauges will show up that are made. And all I can say is good luck building narrow gauge, dual gauge track. It's beautiful. We've seen people do it. We have fixtures, and it just looks fantastic.
Okay. I guess also just for all the Australian guys out here watching, you can get your fast track stuff out of Guada Hobbies, Guada Valley Models actually they're called, up in northern New South Wales. So support local. If they don't stock it, jump over and see fast tracks. But Kevin, thanks again for a great clinic. I'm glad we didn't need our safety equipment this time.
So am I. I hope I never have to use it, but it's always good to have it.
Thanks, and we'll catch you all shortly with our next clinic.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Have a great day. Appreciate it.
We'll even have it set up for you.
Okay, so let me see. Welcome back, guys. We've got our next clinician in here set up, ready to go. I'm in the studio by myself, so we might have had a few little technical issues at the start of Kevin's clinic, but that'll be rectified for the recording. Anyway, on to our second clinic. here we've got a young fella of the NMRAx team, all the way from his spud fields in Idaho. It's Jordan Kramer. This guy has a wealth of footage and photos, and I seriously don't know where he stores them all for his rail fanning. I do know he was over in the lobby earlier in the convention, sharing his stuff live from trackside. But I believe he's doing a clinic on summertime rail fanning. So, Jordan, do you want to get into it?
Sure, let's do it. And Brad, you're more than welcome to ask any questions as we go along.
Perfect.
And anybody in the chat.
I'll hang around and I'll feed the chat directly to Jordan as we go.
There we go. So, summertime rail fanning for our people from the Aussie region. I am from the Cincinnati area, which is right here, but I live in a place called Westchester, which is the little blue dot here. And when because I do these slideshows and I like having a theme, I decided to do the Norfolk Southern Newcastle district. And so the Norfolk Southern Newcastle district is this orange line that comes down out of Fort Wayne, comes down here, crosses over the CXX in Muncie, Indiana, makes a right-hand turn at Newcastle, Indiana, and then it will actually come on down into Cincinnati from here. But we're going to focus on the part in the Western Ohio, Eastern Indiana section. And we're going to first start around the Hamilton area. And so in Hamilton, you have the CXX Toledo sub going in a U shape. And then you have the Norfolk Southern Newcastle district coming up this way. Coming up from the bottom right, going to the upper left, upper center. And in Cincinnati, in Hamilton, they do bidirectional running, meaning everything that comes north out of Cincinnati going up to Toledo or Fort Wayne operates up the CXX. So it comes up this way. Everything coming south operates down the NS. And our first photo is actually on the NS Newcastle district on the south part. And this was taken yesterday morning during the live rail fanning event. And this is NS 229 daily intermodal train out of Chicago to Jacksonville, Florida. And this is one of those shots that you're extremely lucky to get, and the weather was perfect, and it just all came together.
So Jordan, just quickly, our first questions
Yes.
come in. Is this the old PRR line, by any chance?
Yes, this is the old what they called the it was the Cincinnati to Logansport line to Newcastle, and then that became the nickel plate line from Fort Wayne running down to a little town called Connorsville, Indiana. And basically both of these were branch lines that the Norfolk and Western converted into a main line in the right in the late 70s, right before the merger with the Southern Railway. And so to show bidirectional running, and also to show a very important deep place in Hamilton, this is the Hamilton Depot, which has been approved to be saved. And this was NS 216. When I took this photo, it was unclear if the depot, which is behind the locomotive, was going to be saved. And CXX had actually removed part of the roof on the road, the side of where the school bus is, so they could run auto racks across this crossing going to Indianapolis. And we move up to Butler Street. Butler Street is a very busy interlocking, and this is CXX Q511. And Q511 starts out at Willard, Ohio, and runs down to Queensgate Yard in Cincinnati, Ohio, which is a major class one hump yard on the CXX area. And this was taken right at sunrise. Butler Street, for anybody who would come over, is a great place to sit and watch. There's several big parking lots behind where I'm taking the photo, and it's one of those really great spots. So we move up, and this was again another one of those photos that was taken yesterday morning, right at sunrise. And even though it's an NS locomotive, this is a CXX train. This was CXXQ 555 from Chicago. And this is one of the things that really illustrates the modern railroading scene, is because even though it's an NS train, even though it has an NS locomotive on it, it's a CXX train. And this guy yesterday was extremely long. He was, when he hit the defect detector, which is off to the right of the scene, off to the left of the scene, he was 740 axles. And here is another shot that was taken yesterday. This was a Norfolk Southern grain train, bound for the Newcastle district, farther up, about half a mile, where it'll make the right-hand turn off of the CXX Toledo sub and onto the single track NS Newcastle district. And this locomotive is a rebuild, one of the newer ones. It's a former Dash 9 that they've rebuilt into a AC66CM, which is basically a Dash 9 that they've put AC electronics in. And on another sunny day, we have a CXX stack train. I believe it was a Q series train. I want to say it was Q500, I want to say. And these are AC6000s. And we actually have, in the next photo, a drone shot. And if you look, notice the photos are the right away. There's the defect detector on the right-hand side. What that is when a train passes over it, it will scan the train for any dragging equipment, hot boxes. There are some that do wheel impact, meaning is the wheel gotten a big enough flat spot to where it's going to do damage. But this is an intermodal train, and this is a intermodal train that carries a lot of what they would call steamship containers, 40-foot and 20-foot containers, not the typical 53-foot and 45-foot that we're used to seeing on a semi truck over here. So we're going to go up the CXX Toledo sub for a bit, and now we're north of the junction at New River Junction. This is in New Miami. The railroad calls it New River. Question, Brad?
No questions as of yet.
Okay. So this was taken in 2017, 2018, and neither one of these locomotives are on the roster anymore. They were sold off during the CXX's purge of locomotives, but this is just one of those shots. It was right as sunrise came up, and it was just one of those really beautiful shots. And so I was going to include a picture of New River Junction, but there's no place up there you can really park and be safe about parking. And now we're on the north side. This train, even though it looks like it might be heading towards us, it's actually doing a set-out move at a place called New River Yard. And New River Yard's basically built to serve all the industries in Hamilton, Middletown, Trenton, Ohio. And he was getting ready to shove back and drop off 109 cars and pick up 98 cars this morning. And here again is at Q500. This time they're running it with a single DPU on the head end, with a single unit on the head end. There would be a DPU farther back. And the thing I like doing about early morning rail fanning is you can get out and you can kind of be safe about how you do your photos. Because if you notice, I'm standing pretty close to that road in this shot. This is a country road, but it's one of those that I know I can be safe about it. And the interesting thing to note about this locomotive is it is actually one of the early Tier 4 units before they put the slope right here. Before they put the slope on it, after, as the story goes, CXX accidentally had one of these locomotives go through a coal tip. They were loading a coal train, and the locomotive hit this loadout part of the coal mine. And so here's another map showing where we're going to cover. So we went up here, up to Trenton, and this is the CXX Toledo sub. And now we're going to break off and head up towards Richmond and all the way out to about, I think that's Greens Fork, Indiana. Small town, but it's at the base of a really steep hill. And we zoom in now, and here is, we're going to start out between New Miami, which was down here, and Camden. And the first one was back in 2017. We had a really bad storm, and this was like one of those storms that produced, I want to say, like 5 inches of rain in less than 2 hours. And it actually had caused a washout where the bridge is. There was a bridge there, and the bridge was completely taken out, or was damaged enough to where you couldn't run trains across it. And so they had a 20-mile-an-hour speed restriction there for about a year almost. And then in May, Labor Day weekend, they did a massive shutdown and moved the bridge in place. But what they had done was they had opened up the shot by bringing in all their bulldozers, all their heavy equipment, and brought this in. This train is NS 809, empty coal coke from Birmingham, Alabama, going up to Chicago, Illinois, to get another load of coal coke from one of the plants up there. This is a locomotive you could not photograph today because they have been sold off the NS roster. And it is a former Conrail -8. So I always like to have air heritage units included in our slideshows, and this is no different. But this is one of those shots this was one of those days where everybody was out, because not only did you had one heritage unit, you had a second one behind it. In this case, this was the original Norfolk Southern. Norfolk Southern, before the Norfolk and Western and Southern merger, was a little short line that the Southern Railway had acquired. Well, when they did the merger, they brought the name back, and the one behind it is the Norfolk and Western heritage unit. And this is the same bridge, but looking on the opposite side, looking back towards it. This was taken last year, and this was NS 143 out of Elkhart, Indiana, coming down and going down to, at the time, it was Chattanooga, Tennessee. All 3 of these locomotives are ES 44 ACs, and this is one of my other favorite shots because it was perfect morning. Like, it was a nice 70 degrees out, and just one of those beautiful summer days. And here's another one of those -8s. We're now getting into 7 Mile, and Conrail -8 on an ethanol train. If you notice, there is a hopper car behind it. That is the buffer car. Basically, if there was a head-on collision or a derailment, with the locomotives involved, it's more likely not to derail and cause an explosion with the train behind it, with the tank cars behind that buffer car.
So Jordan, just quickly, what's the average sort of rail traffic expected on a day on the Newcastle district?
Before they started precision scheduled routing, it was 20 to 30. Nowadays, we've had it to where they've started combining trains, but you're still going to see about 10 to 15 trains on a day. And we're now looking at the opposite. That photo was taken, and the road's name is Fear Not Mills Road. I'm now standing on the other side of the road, shooting a southbound or a eastbound in NS's terms. And what's interesting is that the grain elevator in the background, not the massive concrete one, but the wooden one, was taken down in May. This also was NS 143. At the time when these photos were taken, which was 2018, 2019, 2020 and on, this was right before they started precision scheduled routing, and this was actually at a time when you would get, in the morning time, you'd get about 10 or 11 trains. And now you'll get, in the morning time, right around sunrise, you might get 1 or 2. So it's really shrunk. It's really stopped being morning time rail fanning and more of going out in the day and getting the trains. And here is NS 215. NS 215 at the time was a very, very hot Chicago, Illinois to Atlanta, Georgia. It carried UPS traffic and it carries FedEx traffic. Well, with precision scheduled routing, you now get the thing of, well, we're just going to put all the freight that goes in the front that's going to Atlanta from Chicago, so they throw the freight on. Well, they've started having problems of these trains are now reaching 16,000 feet in some cases. And the Newcastle district only has one siding up near Muncie that can handle it. This is another rebuild, and this was actually taken right before sunrise. And we do get Union Pacific. This was a Union Pacific ethanol train, loaded ethanol train, out of Chicago, Illinois, heading down to the Carolinas or Georgia. But this was taken 3 years ago. And notice the mechanical bell on the locomotive. It's not an e-bell. It's still a mechanical bell. And we're now north of 7 Mile. But also notice the crossing. The railroad sits up on a little embankment here, and most of this line is on an embankment. And this photo right here is a photo you can replicate in model form, but you can't replicate it in real life anymore because the second unit, which was a SD80 Mac from Conrail, is no longer on the roster. But this train stirred up quite a bit of hubbub in the rail fanning world in Cincinnati because of the fact that there was an ES40 4AC and they switched it out for this combination. And also the same day there was an NS Norfolk Southern office car special, which is where the president of the railroad and everybody else rides and does an inspection of the railroad, was coming south with, at the time, was the NS office car specials business train, the F units, which was shown in a previous slideshow, I believe. But ST40-2, last ST40-2 I've photographed on NS leading a train. And that same crossing, we're now looking the opposite direction. And got a close-up shot of NS NS-229. NS-229 back in the day would leave Chicago first, followed by NS-215. And typically they got out to about Fort Wayne, and 229 would be sitting in the Fort Wayne yard waiting for a crew, and NS-215 would pull up alongside, change crews, and be on their way. Well, the nickname railroaders always gave this was the Rabbit, and 215 was, no, this would be the Hound, and 215 would be the Rabbit, because they would always be right on the heels of 215, typically about 10 to 20 minutes later. And we have NS-173. NS-173 is no longer running. They decided to combine their freight on NS-143, which was Elkhart, Indiana to Chattanooga. Well, they've extended 143 down to Birmingham, Alabama, from what I've been told, and abolished 173.
What's the yellow track markings there represent?
That indicates wire bonds. So what those are is that's where, because there's a grade crossing behind me, those little yellow marks are sprayed because they were getting ready to do track maintenance this time this photo was taken. And they would spray those so when they're coming along, the machinery does not cut the wire bonds, because then it becomes a nightmare for the signaling department.
Yep.
And this locomotive is a Tier 4 GEVO. And if you notice, unlike the CXX one earlier, it has that sloped panel, unlike the box that the CXX had earlier. And another NS-9's trailing behind it. Here is NS-215 with one of the, what they call the unibrow -9s. Back in the early, 2006, 2007, when they started going to the horsehead logo on the side, like the second unit showing, they started putting this white brow across the top of the locomotive. Well, only a few -9s got that, and then the ES-40 DCs at the time got them. Locomotive behind it is actually not an SD-80 Mac. That is a former Union Pacific SD-90 Mac that NS rebuilt into an SD-70 ACU, which is basically term for a rebuild for NS. But look at this. Notice on the first locomotive, the burn marks where it's burnt the paint off the side of the locomotive. And here is an S215. An S215 is one of those trains you could set your watch by. Back in the day, now with NS, it's one of those, it could come at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, or it could come at 3:30 in the morning. And so if you notice, this is near the end of this was in August, and the corn on the right has grown. But this curve is actually one of my favorite places to photograph, mainly for the fact that I've gotten to know the farmer on the side that the corn's grown on, and he's come down and bush hogged before all these weeds in front of the photograph. And here was NS-229 that day chasing 215. And actually, no, that was from one of the, sorry, I made a mistake on that one. This was taken the day after. I was on the way back from a rail fanning trip. And if you notice, this is another one of those SD-70 ACUs that NS built that they're now getting rid of. But this was 229, and honestly, I like this shot a lot because you get to see the soybeans. And here is an NS-123. This was taken a year or maybe a little bit earlier than that previous shot. Again, notice the yellow markings that Brad brought up on the far extreme of the corner. And that is an SD60E. NS back in the early 2010s started rebuilding a whole bunch of their SD60s into these SD60Es, changed up the radiators on them, and put in these weird cabs that they called a crescent cab. And if you've seen pictures of the Norfolk Southern 911, that is an SD60E along with the Norfolk Southern 6920, which is honoring veterans. NS 911 is honoring first responders. And here's an opposite side. This was NS 173 this day, and there's a farm back there. Interesting story about the farm is that house way in the back. They used to cross the tracks, and NS got so sick and tired of having them trying to beat the train across the crossing that after a while they finally told the homeowners, we will split the cost to put a connection in on the other side because there's a major road on the other side. Farm owners got a brand new driveway courtesy of Norfolk Southern, and NS got the thing of not having to worry about nearly hitting a car at this crossing. And again, for Brad, because I know he loves Dash 9s, there's two more NS Dash 9s. Both are in the older paint scheme. And here's a rebuild. This is one of the GE rebuilds of a Dash 9. This was NS 142, which is a Birmingham, Alabama to Elkhart, Indiana freight, manifest freight. And this was at a time when NS was starting to run it to where you had DPUs in the middle. They've since gone back to running it with locomotives on the head end, but it was a trial. The way you can tell this is one of the GE rebuilds of a Dash 9 is that there's no special script. It says AC to DC, and it has like a really weird script, these really weird squiggles on the ends. And one of the cool things to note about this is you notice the track, you notice how it's all brown. Right underneath the lead locomotive, the lead truck of the locomotive is what they call a mud spot. What that is where there's a soft spot in the ground, and as the train's going across it, when it rains, it will pull up mud. It's like a suction cup. It'll pull the mud up. Well, eventually that spreads and it creates what they call a mud spot. And that right there is the first signs that, hey, we need to do maintenance to this track before we have to put a slow order in. And from the previous shot, looking down, here is NS-290. No, sorry, NS-25A. NS-25A is a Chicago, Illinois to Danville, Kentucky freight. And actually, they drop off most of the time. They drop off all the intermodal cars at a place called right north of Lexington, at a place that they call Georgetown Yard. And Georgetown, Kentucky is where they make Toyotas. So a lot of these containers are bound for Toyota. And this engine right here, even though it looks like it's a ES44AC, it's actually an ES40 DC. And the locomotive behind it is a SD70 ACE. And here's one of those SD60Es on 229 and the right around sunrise. And this, if you notice, the background looks really brown. It looks blown out. That was because this was taken on a day when we were getting winds from the west. And it was during that, it might have been 2 years ago when they had all those massive wildfires. Those wildfires created smoke that was creating this really black and brown, this really brown haze. But if you notice, I have a lot of photos of 229, 25A, and 215, and 174 and 173 and that. That's because around this time was when you could go out, and you could go out at 6 o'clock in the morning and see 215, 225, 229, 25A, 174, 173. And here is NS215 chasing 229 this day. Apparently 229 got the permission out before they did. And this is a one of those other AC ST70 ACU units. And so we're now getting into Camden, which I've heard rumor there might be an Aussie here that might be modeling this in a modular form. But Camden, all the way, and we're going to get all the way up to about Richmond. There's an area here called Campbellstown. And recently it was just reported that NS has decided that they're going to close 5 rail crossings permanently, and they're going to extend Campbellstown siding to set an additional 7,000 feet. And as crews have said, this is all because of the fact that you get down to around this area, and we're pulling you in, and you are sitting until you get the crew van to come back home, because Cincinnati right now has had multiple problems of getting crews into trains into there and through Cincinnati. So we start at the west end of Campbellstown siding on a very beautiful early June morning. And the locomotive there, as with a lot of these photos, you can no longer photograph. That is an SD70M-2, the pre-runner to the SD70 ACE. And as crews called them, thunder cabs. They were loud, noisy, and as a NS engineer friend of mine stated, he goes, I'm pretty sure 90% of that cab's held up with duct tape at this point, because they were cold to ride in. They were hot in the summertime because the air conditioner never worked. And he goes, they were just worn out and miserable by this point. But notice, this is on a really deep fill. And I have a photo later to show how high up the trains actually are. It's about a good 10 feet up above the ground. And this is on the west side of the tracks looking north towards Eaton. And here's a shot that was taken 2 Sundays ago. This was a Q65 empty ethanol trains for down south. And again, it shows that really wonderful thing about modeling the modern roads, or modeling anything after 1990. That's a Union Pacific SD70H. Yes, Brad?
My question's going to be, how much pass-through motive power do you get to see on the Newcastle district?
Recently, it's been almost every other train's had run-through power. Today, in fact, they had BNSF units. We had Canadian National coming up, and then we had Union Pacific. But the really rare ones are when you get CXX, like the one trailing. So they come through. We even get Kansas City Southern up here sometimes. Back in 2017, it was actually a stint where you were getting Kansas City Southern more than you were NS.
Sounds like a cool location to railfan.
It is. It's fun, and there's a lot of traffic. So here's the drone shot. And if you notice, look at how steep that embankment is on this side. And also notice there's a mud spot forming. So this train is entering the siding. It was coming down here, and the siding's only, if it's 8,000 feet, I want to say it's a little bit less than that. I want to say it's like 7,090 feet. And here was the train it was meeting. This was NS 142 coming north with a SD70 ACE leading. And this dude was long. I think they said he was 12,000 feet. One of these monster trains. Now the third locomotive back is an SD70 ACC. And in 2018, NS had started rebuilding, I want to say it was 30 or 40 of these units from SD70s, just stock SD70s from the first run, into these ACC, which was a AC conversion unit, and they were done by Progress Rail up in Muncie, Indiana. And then what happened was they adopted precision scheduled railroading, and they said, well, we don't need all these locomotives, so they cut them. They sold off all the rest of the project and sold off all their other SD70s. And Progress Rail's actually kept a whole bunch of them, waiting for the demand to be where they need to lease locomotives. And here's the drone shot. Funny story about this was my friend Ryan, who goes out rail fanning with me when I do this, had kept the drone up. And as the train came into view, because we were thinking, oh, well, he's going to get here quick enough. He was already on the move. He barely got it back because the drone was trying to land in the field at this point. And he was about a half a mile away from there. But he got it back, and I was watching him because I was standing in the bottom of the other side of that crossing. And he had to land the drone into the road. That's how, because like I said, the battery was nearly ran out on it.
So Jordan, just if you can go back one.
Yes.
So that's the siding at Camden.
Yes.
Is there any rail-served industries around that location by any chance?
There are 3. There is Ohio Slitting, which is a metal company. They get coil steel in. Then farther on the other side, and I'll have to get photos of them for my next clinic, is a place that does it's called Camden Yards, and they do transloading of boxcars. The last time I was up here, they had cars as center beams, but they also get about, on average, 30 some odd covered 2-bay hoppers for sand to be taken over to Brookville, Indiana, and used at Anchor Glass.
So,
but go ahead.
When they're switching out these industries, do they tie up the main?
So what happens is they'll pull into that siding, because they're all on the siding side. They'll pull in that siding and they'll work those industries, except for Ohio Slitting. And what they'll do is they'll get their train together, they'll do all their switching moves, and then they'll contact the dispatch, and they're using an EC1 form, which is a form basically letting the dispatcher know that as he's entering the information into his computer, that it'll turn that siding, if you're viewing it on a dispatcher display, it'll turn it pink to let them know, hey, there's a train there doing work. Don't try to route a train into that siding. It basically is a fail-safe. So after they get done, because this is a signal siding, they'll contact the dispatcher, ask them to go south to make a reverse move through the south into Camden. They'll then come back north, run around their train, serve Ohio Slitting, and then proceed on north to Richmond and Eaton, where they have a couple industries.
Okay, cool. Continue on.
So we're up here, another -8, and this is at the north end of Camden, right around the curve. Actually, the tracks make a slight curve there, and this is right after the curve. And notice the marker lights. on here because it's showing both these locomotives are former Conrail units. But for some reason, this unit actually didn't get the patch. So the red little marker lights on right here were left on, and as the crew came around, they turned those lights on, which was interesting for me. But both these units are no longer here, and this is actually a NS 143. And we jumped to Campbellstown. We actually jumped north, south to the south and the north end of Campbellstown. And this curve's just one of those really cool curves you can get. Behind it is an NS SD70M with flared radiators. For the N-scale NS modelers, Kato's just recently done this unit, and this was actually taken in 2017. And it seems that that slide was put in a little too early, because now we're back between Camden and Eaton, and this is on a road. And if you notice, there's a really shadow right here. There's an overpass because the railroad and 127 North parallel each other. And I had no clue where. I had always driven over this, and I had no clue what was under here until one day I said, you know what? There's got to be a bridge going under there. It might be a girder bridge or something, but I want to get a photo of it. I pulled down there and I saw that stone bridge, and this has become another one of my favorite locations. But in the morning time, there's the problem of the sun. The sun's really hard to photograph this area. And I'm actually standing on a bridge because there's a creek that runs underneath here. And this is an NS SD70M-2, no longer on the roster. And I believe this was NS 200 this day. And we get up here, and if you notice, another one of these little short trains, an NS-9 in the Operation Lifesaver paint scheme. NS had several of these painted up, and this was one of them. This unit no longer exists as it's been converted into one of the AC to DC rebuilds, and it no longer exists. But this was a 29J empty auto racks heading to Lafayette, Indiana. NS 215 and this is taken just south of Campbellstown siding. And the cool thing is notice the headlight burnt out on the headlight bulb burnt out on the left-hand side of the locomotive. And this crossing is actually a favorite crossing of mine because not only is there this crossing, but a half a mile on the other way, there's another crossing because the railroad's running at a 45-degree angle to all the roads at this point, to all these country roads. And here's NS 200. NS 200 was a Danville, Illinois to Chicago's Chicago yard on the Union Pacific. I think it's Proviso number 3. It's Global 3. And this train used to get a lot of UP power. And also, I've even seen the Spirit of the Union Pacific on here twice on NS 200. And I have video of that. Last year, I got up at 4 a.m. to go out and photograph this train, to get video of the train. And here is NS 229 that day. And NS 229, another one of these hotshot trains from Chicago. Again, -9 at the back and an ES44 AC. That Scale Trains has announced. I think in their first run they did the NS, and now they're doing the Heritage units. And we are now in the middle of Campbellstown siding. This road's what they just said. Oh well, we're going to be closing this road permanently, and the Preble County has been fighting it, but at least they put the notice out there because they did this to another town up in Indiana and actually created a 25-minute detour, and all because they're creating these extended sidings so they can run 3-mile long trains. This was a grain train, and this was taken in July. And here's NS 200 on another day. NS 200 at this time was what everybody, including dispatchers, called the little fish trying to swim upstream, because it was always typically around 7,000 feet fit in every siding, and with the tide of southbounds coming from Fort Wayne and Muncie, it went into every siding on the railroad. Another one of those ES40 DC units. And now we get into the part that's west of Campbellstown, west of that photo I just shown. And now we're getting into the Greens Fork, Richmond area, and where the railroad actually climbs in and out of 2 river valleys. So there's a little stream here. That's the first big hill. But this one right here, there's a river that comes down through here, and that's the East Fork of the White River. And there's a very beautiful bridge there, but it's kind of you can't get a good photo of it unless you have a drone. And that's on our to-do location. So we're at Greens Fork, Indiana. I don't like messing with Richmond, Indiana that much because of how busy it is. And frankly, there's not a lot of good photoing locations. And this is NS216, the counterpart to NS215. And back in the day, back from 2008 to 2018, there was an event every year at this small town at a friend of mine's house, and it was called Railfest in Greens Fork. We started at 8 a.m. and we would go all the way till dark, and at dark we had a fireworks display. So NS 216 is Atlanta, Georgia to Chicago, Illinois, and again, like 215, one of the hottest trains on the railroad. And here was an NS 25A running very early and taken right at sunset. The only regret I have with this photo is not being a little bit farther to the right, but it's one of those beautiful shots. And we're up to Walnut Level. Walnut Level is at the top of the hill. So this train in this photo, so the top of the hill, if we go back to this photo, this train's coming down this hill. They call it Walnut Hill. It's Walnut Level's hill. It's the biggest grade and the heaviest grade on the railroad. And I've seen trains stall out here. I've seen trains barely make it into the siding. It's one of these really steep hills, and it's a big jump up. But we're here, and we're near the end of summer, and we're up to, this is NS, this was a grain train, loaded grain train out of Tipton, Indiana. And notice the 2-9s in the back. But this siding has a funny story to it. Back in the day when they were rebuilding the railroad, they actually were doing it to the point where they were going all the way down to the subsurface, which when you build a railroad, you have layers of track. You have layers of the subroad, the ground dirt, the subroad bed, the road bed, and then the ballast and the track. Well, they were doing this, and they were actually going all the way down to the subroad bed. And in Muncie, there's a switch called turnout interlocking called Bath, and it was named after an engineer who actually string lined a train. His name was Mike Bath. Well, story goes is that they were doing the work train and all this, and Mr. Bath had forgotten about how far ahead he was because they were shoving, and he just kept shoving and shoved cars straight off the track. And they had removed the rails at this point, but they had all stayed upright. And what had happened was, what they said he just notched it out very slow, going in the opposite direction, and pulled, I want to say it was like 4 cars back onto the track.
Cool. So Jordan, we're nearing the end of our time slot. I know you're only through a small section of these slides, but I see I did miss a question earlier on from Al. Is KCS owned by CP?
No, not as of right now. As of right now, KCS is still in the merger negotiations, and as of right now, KCS has rejected the CP's offer, and now it is up. They have accepted the Canadian National offer. But as of right now, no, they have not.
Okay. Next question from Bruce. What camera equipment are you using to shoot your photos?
I'm using a Nikon D350 with a 18 to 55 millimeter lens, and I put a 128 gigabyte SSD card in there, and that typically can last me about a year.
Okay, so all these photos you're taking, for anyone that's wanting to model any of these regions and would like to get a hold of some of those photos for reference, is there anywhere that you share this stuff?
See, my problem is I have and this is me being a procrastinator / lazy. I don't do this. I forget to. But if you have a region or an area that you're looking to model and it's down around the Cincinnati area, you can shoot me an email and I will be I'll jump into the chat, or you can shoot me an email at jordankramer4501@gmail.com and we can discuss and I can send you photos. But it's the biggest overwhelming thing of I have 2,000 some odd photos I got to go through.
Yes, I've seen your collection of photos. It's great. You've got some outstanding shots and there's a wealth of information there. So, as always, we'll have you back for another clinic sometime in the future, and thanks heaps for doing one today for the Australian region.
Oh, it's always fun. I believe I've heard rumor that it's going to be the next summer one. I think it's summer part 2 is what I've been told it's called.
We always get part 2 from you. Thanks, Jordan.
Yes, you're welcome. You guys have a good night.
Okay, welcome back. That was a great clinic from Jordan, full of information, but we're moving along nice and quick into our third clinic for the day. We've got Jerry Hopkins. He's going to do a video, pre-recorded video on LEDs, what they are, where, how to use them. Jerry's been a member for 37 years. He's a huge part of the AR AP program down here. I'll tell you the truth, Jerry's probably the backbone that put 90% of this convention together. He got a lot of videos edited out and to me. So without him, I'm just pushing buttons for nothing. So without further ado, Jerry, over to you.
Thanks, Brad. Well, this is just short clinic on LEDs. Looking at Facebook and a number of the other groups on the web, there are a lot of people who know nothing about LEDs, which is understandable. And they've asked certain questions: how big, where do I get them, how do I use them? So this particular clinic is based on those sorts of questions. So when Brad's ready, we'll dive in. I'll answer questions as they come up on YouTube. I can answer them online, but yeah,
Let's roll the
and
video.
afterwards.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the next part of LEDs. You've seen photographs of the different types and possibly their sizes, which may not mean much to people as they see them. This is a little box I've made up a number of years ago to demonstrate LEDs. Now I shall press the first button and you see 3 lights. These are mounted on the reverse side of a piece of circuit board and they shine through the hole. The sort of thing you do in a passenger car or even a building, but buildings can be a different thing, so we'll come to them later. The next one, you see 2 bright white and on the end on its own a red, the red 603. You'll hear me mention 603 regularly because it's the most common size you need on model railways. You can use bigger, you can use smaller, but the 603 is a good all-round size. Now that is a 402. They've got 1K resistor for each of those buttons. They're in series. You can see there is an LED, there's a resistor, there's another LED, there's the other one. And they're running off a 9-volt battery, which is in the box, makes it nice and handy to walk around with. And the last one is actually on edge, so we'll tip it up so you can see it. It's a pair of fiber optics. One's broken off. One there, one there. LEDs on the back side, on a piece of circuit board. A piece of white styrene that simulates a tender or the back of a coach which needs lights on the back end. That sort of thing. We'll get to those later. But we press the button and you can see the lights shine through. They're in series and yep, a 1K resistor. That's what LEDs look like when they're finished, but how do we get to that stage? I buy mine in a packet. they come on a roll. This was a roll of 1,000. We're possibly down to the last 200 on there, and we'll take you back a bit to see things. And as the label says, it's warm white. The little yellow piece right in the middle there is the LED, and we shall solder wires to that. It's not as hairy as it sounds, but it can be fun. A slightly larger LED, these are the next size up. These would be the 805s, and they're pre-wired with a red and black wire. You can buy them like this, that's okay. These would be about $25 for 10. The way I buy my LEDs, I get them, there's 1,000 warm white LEDs, and that's just over $5 free postage from Australia. You don't have to get those from China. You can get these, and you can see the size of them compared to my finger, so you know, they're white and they're warm white. It's a slight difference, and they've got 6-inch leads on them. Right, nice big fat chunky ones. You can put in one space, it'll light up a fairly large space. Now, here's my warm whites. The ones I've just shown you with leads, you can also get them without leads and solder them on to yourself. But you don't always have to solder them to leads. You can solder them to circuit board, as I did on the little demo board. Yeah, you can solder them to circuit board, much easier than leads, and it can be used in many places. And you can add the resistor, lead, your leads. Here's 2 rolls of magnet wire. Magnet wire is 4 thou, and it's like a hair, but it's very strong. There we go. You might see it shining as I whip it back and forth. So that comes in green and red. Obviously red would be positive, green would go the other side. I can't remember how much is on a roll. I've used up 1 roll in the past 20 years, and both these I've got from deceased estates. You see them there in the junk pile at a deceased estate. Yeah, I'll have them. It costs you about $12, $13 in Australia to buy a twin roll, and it's the stuff you would use more than anything else. And once you start using it, it's okay. A lot of people get a knife. Where's my knife? There's my knife. There's my knife. Now we turn the overheads back on. There we go. And you can see it laying there like a little snake in the grass. A lot of people will get, and they scrape. You can see I just made that end bit shiny. I can't see it on the camera, unfortunately. Now, it's not going to show up for you, it's too small. You can do it that way, it's a bit hit and miss. The best way is use a soldering iron, temperature controlled iron, set at about 280 degrees. That's centigrade because we're in Australia, and a blob of solder on the end of the iron. Just put that into the blob for about 5 seconds, take it away, and you get a nice thin piece of copper showing at the end of the enamel wire. I will show you that with a soldering iron in a few moments. I'll just show you the bits that are on the bench here at the moment. The other thing that we need, heat shrink. This is all 0.8 millimeter and when it goes down it's down to about 0.4. They come in assorted colours. That's yellow, that's clear, black, is that orange or red? That's red. The orange is very similar. Number of different places. If you check the places that use radio control cars, planes, you probably find that they will have it better. And the last piece of something we need is fibre optic for putting through into awkward places with gluing a lead to the other end. I will show you that. And that's not a problem. That's 0.75 millimeter. That's as big as I need for HO. We'll put them out the way. And the other source is your lava lamp. You can see I've done quite a bit of stuff off this one, and there's still another, I reckon, about 200 years worth of fibre optics there for me to play with. This was on its way to the tip, and I said, yeah, I'll take it to the tip, but it's still here, unfortunately. And they're about, yeah, $10 at your $2 shops. When working with LEDs, either surface mount or the old-fashioned type, you need a flux. Either of these will do. With the car's flux, you've also got yellow and orange, which is slightly weaker, but the green flux is okay, and the one for Brunel, which is from Brunel Models in Victoria, they will last you a while if used properly. To apply the flux, you need something to apply it, a brush. But you can use a makeup brush, micro brushes as they're called, and they come in different sizes. The colours make a difference what they are, so you just tip it in and apply it to whatever you're going to put it on, and you can use those a few times. So I've got them set in the rack in front of me, and we put that away before we spill it. So they're important. I don't use any of the paste type fluxes. They're too much like the old plumber's flux, which is too acidy and can do more damage than you want. I'll show you the different sizes of surface mount LEDs. I don't have many of the old-fashioned type LEDs, but this is where they're handy. There's a crossing sign with little plastic bezels, and they're replaced by a pair of LEDs. So, and that's what they look like on the back. Also, the 3mm LEDs will work on the large ground signals. They just push in from the back. Again, nice tight fit, and they go. We just put it on the tester to show you that it works. There we go. Testers, this one, J-Car for $15. The earlier ones were very much the same, except they had a black display instead of a white display. So the preference is yours, and you always check which way around the LEDs work, and there we go. A commonly used LED set in buildings. You got one resistor and 3, and you can chop these off the 5-meter roll, and this one has got a 1.5k resistor in series with 3. If that's still too bright, you can stick another 1k on. Going multiples of 1k makes it very, very easy. You can either take that off and put a different one on, or just put it in series with this when it goes inside your building. Very, very, very effective. A few little tools you need when you're starting to do a bit of soldering. I use a piece of old circuit board. You could use a piece of styrene, whatever you like. Double-sided sticky tape, cut into little squares, and you pull a piece off, and that's where you're going to put your LED for soldering, or resistors, or any small units for soldering. So a decent scalpel or craft knife. I use scalpel blades, the non-sterile ones. They're cheaper, you buy them by the 100, so they get used regularly. And I mentioned circuit board earlier on. There are different types of circuit boards. You can buy sleepers, circuit board sleepers of different sizes. You can get those in a number of the hobby shops, or you can use this Vero board, which has copper tracks on one side, and stop the light shining too much on it. And you can cut this to any size or shape you want. You can use a saw or a Dremel, whatever, to cut it up for mounting things on, and comes in very, very handy. Again, you can get this in the electronic toy shop at JCar, and they still stock it, and very, very handy. Been using this sort of thing for many years for assorted uses with electronics. I have my soldering iron set up alongside. It's got different types of tips in the end and temperature controlled. This one is set at 278 degrees, which is perfect for playing with leads. About to say a right temperature doing most things in model railways. The important thing is you must always have some way of cleaning the iron while you're working. Well, you can use the wet sponge, but the water will have all different chemicals and other minerals in it and can soon corrode your tip. If you use these things, again available from JCar, you just, so you can see it, you just push it in. It looks like a Brillo pad, but it's brass, and yep, it's nice and clean. You can see a nice clean tip on the iron. You've got to keep the tips clean. We've shown you the wire. I've cut off some lengths of wire, and we got the piece of board. There we shall get some LEDs, some warm whites. They come in the little packet. As I said, you can unroll the packet and drop 2 off. There's 2 on the bench, and we'll pick them up and put them face down on the double-sided sticky tape. It's always better if you make them both point the same way. I'll show you a diagram of which way round to point the leads. That's mounted in. You touch the wire on the end of the LED just onto there, so the silvered bit is on top of the solder, and touch it, and as you can see, it's fixed. And we do the same with the other one, but the other one we'll do slightly differently. We'll come in sideways, so the silver bit is on the solder like so, and while we've got that there, we shall do the same with the I'm using two methods of connecting to this, and I'll show you why when we've done the soldering. Right, we soldered. Trying to do this in reverse is not easy. The LED, we'll show you a photograph of the way this is connected. It's much easier, and we've picked it up, so now we catch hold of the end and we roll it between your thumb and your finger. You don't have to be too vicious, and you've got a nice piece. That's okay as it is, and then go to the other end. We take the enamel off the other end. The other one we did slightly differently, and I'll just trim the end tabs off so that we don't need them. And use our spring-loaded tweezers to catch hold of the things in the middle, like so. Pull the leads up. So now we got one that's connected sideways like a ditch light, and one that's connected straight on. Now, as I said, there are I've done two types of connection. I will show photographs, close-up photos of it later. One is done like a ditch light. That's this one. So that's the front of the LED. And this one is done like a lamp, a normal lamp. So the bright part is looking at the end. I guess to stop every so often to answer the phone, so forgive me if I miss a little bit. People often ask why change the lights in diesels to LEDs. Simple. If an LED is in and it's left on for a few hours, for trains parked, won't affect the body. If it's a lamp and it's left on, it gets quite hot, eventually burn out, and you'll start to see the melt and the marks disappear on the top of your diesels or anywhere where it's been installed in anything. So automatically all lamps are changed for LEDs. Now the next step, which is quite straightforward, when I can find the heat shrink, there it is. So we use the clear heat shrink. We chop a little bit off the end. For youngsters, 8mm, 532 if you're an old fella and used to the normal method. We put the LED inside the tube, like so, and it's almost at the end. And look at this heat shrink, soldering iron underneath, just there, turn it, and now we've sealed the LED inside the heat shrink. If you have brass loco, it's not going to short against the case, and you can use that for marker lights, step lights, ditch lights, all that sort of thing. Now the other one we can use as a headlight. And we use a larger heat shrink to sit around it because our 1/8 won't fit. And just to prove that they work, put that on the tester. Trying to do this backwards. There we go. So there's our LED. That's on 10 milliamps. That's half brightness. There's full brightness on these, side in the other pin. Now that is twice as bright as the first way I showed it, but not many people can see the difference between 10 or 20 milliamps. So that at 10 milliamps will last a lot longer than I will. So there we go. And we put a clear around the top end of there, and you have a headlight. Now that headlight into a casting for a HO, for a steam loco. I'll show you the photo. Will send out a very bright light. You don't need to go brighter. You may, for a steam loco, even tone it down a bit. But because you double the resistance doesn't mean you're going to have the brightness. Okay, with ordinary lamps, if you use a 1.5 volt lamp, 1.5 volts, 1.51, and it's blown. 1.5 constantly, it gets silvered and you lose its brightness. So that's that. The next bit is to add that to something with a resistor. I got some clear tube, put that on. I have to stop the video every so often. I have the train room door open. And we get some nice noisy freights go through. And that one went through with at least 3 locos on the front. When there's 5, they're noisy. So that's why you'll get gaps in this video. Okay, we've now done that. And we need to put a resistor. We have 2 sizes of circuit board. They're both standard width for HO. But as you can see, the thickness is different depending on what space you've got. So in this case I'll use the thicker one. It's easier for me to manage on a video. And we need to clean it because we don't know how long it's been sat around. So give it a bit of a clean. Same the other side. And we're going to mount this on the inside of the smoke box door for the headlight. So we need to cut 2 little slots. And we'll put that on there so we don't cut through the mat. If you're an expert with a Dremel, you can do this with a Dremel. 1. 2. There we go, we got 2 cuts in there, nice. We'll chop it to the length we want and use our little board to hold it while we solder bits to it. So the next thing we want is a resistor. You can tell the values of these resistors. You don't have to know color codes and variations. You just look at the writing on the top. And that one says 102, which means 1, 0 and 2 zeros. That's 1000 ohms, so that's 1K. So before we put it on, there, as I said, this is when you use your flux. Makes things so much easier. There's a video on YouTube of gentlemen soldering a loco kit together, brass and white metal, and he's done so many, he's been doing it so long, the ends of his fingers are black where they're burnt and he can't feel anything through the tips. So don't do it for too long. There we go. We put that on there, and we'll zoom it in a little bit for you. There we go. We want soldering iron, clean it. We want some solder. There's our solder. On the soldering iron, a little bit on the end. Tweezers just on the resistor to hold it in place. Touch one end, touch the other end, and the wire we're not using at the other end. This will be mounted on the inside of the smoke box if it's a headlight. And we take our I've taken the enamel off the ends already. Nothing worse than sitting there watching someone soldering. So we go green one on the resistor, red one on the pad on its own, function wire is going to go to that end, and this end. I'm not at my normal workbench. This is my other little LED tester. Soldered a pair of wires onto two of the pins. So now I can catch hold of the blue and put it on the red wire. And we take the function wire, put it on the other end, and there's our that. We can mount that on the front of the smoke box. I'll show you that one for the ARM 38 diesel, one of the ones I've done. And you see it's mounted on the inside and not going to get hammed in there at all. So that's that. The other one is a ditch light configuration, and we'll do another one. We'll do a third one and show you how we glue it to the end of a fiber optic. Now, I just wired this one up and catch hold of it with the spring-loaded tweezers. They're magic. If you haven't got a pair, you've got to get a pair. Now we just twist the end bit, just a little. Now, what we can do with this, if we're going to put it, it could be the marker lights on the front of a loco, or class lights if you're an American. We get a little bit of chop the end so it's nice and smooth. Now we can put a bit of super glue on the end of that and attach the LED. Just on there like that. That's fairly easy to do, but you've got two ditch lights or two marker lights on the front, so you need two of those. And what you can do is we chop another piece off to show you, because I'm a lazy modeler. If there's an easy way of doing something, that's the way I do it. Okay, so now we have our two front lights, normally longer than this, and put the two ends together, and we had super glue. Now super glue comes in all sorts. The only one I use is Loctite Professional from Bunnings. They haven't got it on the shelf. Tell them to get it on, because they advertise it in all branches. Once you glue with this, you need a chainsaw to get things apart again. So it's not like a lot of super glues which last as long as a cat doesn't sneeze in the room. So these microfibers, micro brushes, dip a drop in, and we use that on the end, and depending how firm your hands are, you hold the LED on the end. Well, I'm not going to sit here for 5 minutes and hold this for your benefit, so we get a piece of heat shrink, put that over the tube, put the correct LED in the end of the heat shrink, like so. Whoops. I'm trying to do this upside down so you can see what I'm doing. So you must forgive me. We put the red in one side and we put the green in the other side, and you can see we now have two. We're down too low, we've moved. There you go. We have two lights at the end of the fiber optic, and if I find my other tweezers, I'll just hold the base of it, and you can see it's bright down the bottom. That's to show you that the light is in there and it's shining up through there. And get the super glue out the way, and then what we need to do next is get a little bit of there you go. We put the black heat shrink down around the bottom part where the lamp is. These can be 2 or 3 inches long going through the boiler. You find this sort of thing is handy if you're doing a 38, when the plastic streamline 38s come out. I don't know if the nose cone will come off or not. If not, you can put these into the marker lights, run it back down the boiler and mount a little LED at one side, and that's getting your marker lights. You've got your resistor on your circuit board, and we'll just show you a few other things just to give you some ideas. A nice little building kit, a laser kit from On Track Models down in Victoria. John Hunter and Laurie Green, and it looks nice, but if we add a little bit of light to it with LEDs, we got some interior lights, and if I tip this up, you'll see a strip of lights on the inside of the balcony, and at one end, that end, we have a little outside light. That is a piece of insulation off a decoder wire. The wires that we have, can't pick it up. We place those wires and we thread them through so there's a bit at the end, bend it to shape, and just rub it with a bit of super glue and it'll hold its shape. If you want to, you can get brass tube and push it through the brass tube and do it that way. As I said, I'm a lazy modeler, so I'll do the easy way. But that's how you bring a building to life with just a few lights. There's a couple on the inside. We take the lid off. That's boxed in there, which gives you the 2 bedroom lights at the end. There's no lights underneath, just a little bit of circuit board, a resistor, and we go to the other lights which are down the front. So something simple like that, Doesn't take long to do, but it can make a big change to a model. So we shove the roof back on. Put it the right way around. As I say, I keep doing things backwards here. So that's it. We even take the power out, and it does take a while for the lights to go out. So I'll show you a few other little things. Now, bigger resistors, which I don't have many of here, I don't think. There's one. These are your normal resistors. That one, I filed the top down flat for some reason or other, for whatever it was used for. They come in all shapes and sizes, and if you look at them, the transparent ones, and most of them are these days, you can see there's a small metal contact on one side, or metal part on one side, and the other one is much bigger. Well, the little one's the positive one, and that is opposite the flat, which is the cathode, and that's the negative side. Many people in the early days, there's one as is, the long lead is the positive, and the short lead is the negative, or function wire in the case of decoders. Now, you were always told, oh, always connect the resistor to the positive. So if you have one positive terminal and 7 lights, you go 7 resistors all hanging off. Messy. It's always easier to couple all the positives together and put the resistor on the negative side. It will make no difference whatsoever electrically which side you put it on, but it's just tidier and easier to do it the one way. Always put the resistor on the function. In a lot of brass locos, you can connect the long one, the positive, to the frame, so it picks up off one side, one side of the rail. It doesn't matter which side. The resistor's on the other, and we'll go back to the decoder. So your decoder's protected. If this blows, shorts, or someone breaks it, which does happen, because it's connected to ground, it's not going to cause a problem. So I know that comment will upset some people, but yeah. I've been playing with all these LEDs for a few years. I've been in this country now for 50 years, and for at least 5 to 10 years before I came here, I was using LEDs in my job. So I've got a little bit of experience, and anyone that tells you you have to do something one way, always double check, because when they get very, very positive about something, it means they're not 100% sure themselves anyway. That's just what they've been told. So we'll now show you a few other little items we have around with LEDs. as I mentioned before, a number of ways you can use the light. This uses a brass tube. It uses the Campbell shade, which is a brass shade, which you solder to that. Run your wires through the middle, and you solder. You drop a bit of super glue in there just to keep it away from the brass, so it's not going to touch anything. The resistors down the back here, and when I get my tweezers, that's the red. That's a bright white, that's not a warm white, but you can see the effect outside of industrial buildings, large buildings. And not to be outdone, we have a brass tube. Put it the right way around. And there's using the different shade with the lamp inside and a brass tube for your upright in the yard. So, and here we have more LEDs. These are 2mm LEDs, which you would have seen on the photograph at the beginning. They're mounted in the head, and the wires come down and out through there. That's the wire. Buildings, as I mentioned earlier, you can buy a strip. Depending on where you buy them, you can get a 5mm, sorry, a 5 meter strip of LEDs for $5, or you can get 18 inches for $30. Just depends on where you buy them. I'm quiet, there's the XPT on its way to Brisbane. So they've got a nice 24-hour trip to get there. And you take those strips, and depending on how many buildings and how big your buildings, you just chop off a small bit. They're already mounted. They have a double-sided sticky tape on the back, and they're marked positive and negative on the end, 12 volts, and they will give you some light. So don't know if this will work. No, not enough oomph, because they're in series. Some of these lights, oh, that's a different one. That you can see they've got a single resistor per lamp. Some of them a single resistor with 3 lamps on each of those sections. I've got both. I use them on the layout, I use them in buildings. Here we have a caboose, and there's a red LED pushed into them, the little lamps on the side. On the more modern caboose, they'd be on the end of the car. There's a caboose on the end with a lamp on the end. Now,
Okay, welcome back, guys. That was a great clinic from Jerry, full of information. Now, I see there's been quite a few questions in the chat. I see Jerry's actually been answering a lot of them on YouTube. So, I see they've also got a few guys over in the lobby. Look, I don't really have anything else to add. I might roll a few ads. I know Jerry's going to be right here, right now, actually. So, Jerry, how you going? You're on mute, Jerry.
Not so bad at all.
Okay.
In the background on that video, those are the trains going through on the main line, which is about 100 feet back from the train room.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I see you're over in the chat answering quite a few of those questions that were coming through, but I see there's a couple here that are still unanswered. So, Craig
Yep.
asks, how do you bend the brass tube?
Very carefully use something round, like the top of a bottle, or the top of a can, something with a bit of body to it, and just gently take it round a bit at a time. Don't try and do it all in one hit, otherwise it kinks.
Okay.
Just use your fingers just to wrap it round very carefully.
One of the other questions from Ralph Renzetti over in Canada asks, with the brass tube and lampshade, why didn't you use the tube as one of the wire terminals?
You can, but then if you use the insulation off decoder wires and you put a bit of glue on it, you've got the two wires running through, so it's just easier to keep them the same. I have used the brass tube in one or two locations, but normally just for conformity I've used the two through the middle.
Okay. Well, once again, that was a great clinic. I know you answered an awful lot of questions over there in the chats already. I do have one question for you, Jerry. With all these great clinics you put together, plus all these layout tools you do you really get any time to do any of your own modelling?
No.
Okay, that's a great answer. That's what I expected.
On the subject of LEDs, I mentioned putting them in buildings. The last clinic today, which is interiors by Peter and Bab, that's one to look at because they use LED lighting throughout the buildings at different intensities, and it looks brilliant.
Okay, yeah, definitely. It's going to be one of the clinics to watch. I've been lucky enough to catch the recording beforehand, so it's something for everyone to watch. But Jerry, it's lunchtime here, and I'm still hungry from breakfast, so I'm going to cut to the lunchtime tours that you've put together for us. Thanks again for a great clinic, and thanks for everything you've done for the convention so far.
That's okay, my pleasure.
Okay. So guys, just before we do cut over to the lunchtime show, we will be changing the stream over at the end of that. So I'll come back on and announce that, but the stream will cut after these layout tours from Jerry, and we'll be back with stream 2 for the final day. Enjoy your lunchtime break.
right about it.
Right, John?
You get 500 chairs out there, what are you going to do with them?
Oh, I've just been around here, patching the guy wants to take a seat.
Good. What do you reckon? What do you do with this one? It's not all that hard, is it?
And then there's another guy who will sit inside a conker and do switching inside, which is part of the track yet. And then there's another train leaves Winfield, which is cement hoppers out to go through the back. So there's enough for everybody to keep operating. Ready for riding.
I think it's
These are super trees. Yeah.
They
They do. Yeah. Yeah, we cut the tops off a bit and made them a bit smaller. I would have liked some to be a bit bigger, but they're right. Co-55 track, which are low. All the turnouts and micro engineering. Sorry. It heads this direction. So if you're heading in that direction, you're heading to this is where you are now, the back track. This is the back yard. That's the gas is, and that's it. Making a request to build it. The field equipment will decide
that one was going over it.
to do what and if it is, it will throw the train out. If it's not,
they're facing the other way.
It's alright. So this is, when I press the button, this light will come on, indicating I'm turning the control out. And then after a delay, this one will come on, which is a response from the field. You'll also see this coming on as John Deaver moves, because I'm getting responses from the field as he moves his train around. So you see that come on. And then it gets off of this block here. This is like everything that happens on the right will follow like an indication. So I'll request that. The control goes out. There's that indication, and then these lights go dark. So that turnout is now. That's the normal process. Sometimes you need that normal process.
Sliding out of there, isn't it?
If you get a chance to come up,
Yes.
did it change, Dennis?
Yeah, you're right.
It did.
Yeah, leave it there.
That's all.
Don't change it underneath. Not yet anyway, it's not over the top.
Oh, I haven't seen that. Oh my God, I've seen a picture.
Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, but listen, I'll lift up the hatch for you. We're not as bad as
Change
that.
it back now.
We're not as bad as that. We'll lift up the hatch.
Oh, no, that's fine. I need that.
Yeah.
That's all right.
You're gonna have to pass.
Oh,
That's all right. No, I
do a
should,
cross here, are we?
we should do that. We'll set the coming, the second one, we'll come on the third, so we'll time it right, we'll have it head on. We'll do it, cross out the 3 before you.
Well,
I think we might
Zero for headlights. Zero for headlights.
And would you see the junction at 1 o'clock? So it's time. So would you at 12:45? That'd be nice.
No, we're not actually.
No, not really.
We're just running on sequence tonight. So.
Well, we can whiz round to see the junction here.
I can accept it.
You can't. Sorry, should have checked the head there. I'm seeing everywhere.
Now, you're going to set out for me? Because I've got 2 pickups from you.
Well, those sidings are not really set up for 5 cars there. They all stand around 4 or 5 with a short for police that will come in.
Okay, change that point. Which one? All clear? Thank you. It's uphill, it's up
Yes,
the side.
yes, yeah, that's a bigger train than what's down here.
I'll give it down.
Yeah, and the structure of C is a very similar structure to Fortran, albeit the parameters are different.
Understand any of that?
Right. Yeah, but you really, to me, for the end, so on the end of the hour,
I'm pretty happy with it.
And to have the input from all the mates, too.
Yeah. Oh, we'll help each other. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's right. I think that for me is a big part of the hobby.
Yeah.
It's, people who lock themselves away on their own and struggle with being limited skills.
Yeah.
And it's when you get that sharing.
You can learn from one another.
And it gets exciting, man.
yeah, it's the only way you never really get much better. You can only learn so much from the
I've got to work out what I'm going to do.
Welcome to the Great Northern of Bob Best NMR. This HO layout replaces the old N-scale layout, also Great Northern, also running DCC from CVP. The layout is still under construction. Most of the buildings are scratch built and have yet to be mounted in place on the layout. It's still fun to operate rather than put a train on and run it round and round and round and round. Construction on the layout has now stopped as Bob will be moving from his current location in the Blue Mountains down into onto the lowlands to the west of Sydney. A lot of this is because of available bushfires coming through the area, and it'd be safer down on the flatlands rather than up in the mountains. Fires have come to the back fence a couple of times.
Righto, welcome back, guys. That's our lunchtime break done, and I thought I'd kick around and see what everyone's doing and who's enjoying the convention so far. And look what I found, no other than me mate over in Texas. How you finding the convention so far, Speed?
Oh, I love it. These Australian layouts that Jerry always shows is just mesmerizing. You know, being a Southern African, we love to see trains that look a little different. And even if they model the US, that's okay too. But I love the real Australian ones.
I also heard
and then,
that
of course,
you got a bit of information out of Jerry's LED clinic for your MQ trains boards.
well, that was a lot of fun. You're breaking up there, so I'm not sure. Let me just pop back in and out.
No technical difficulties when you're live. And of course, we've got lots of technical difficulties. Anyway, what I've come on here to say is we're actually going to kill the stream, and we'll be back with stream 2 for the afternoon session, and we've got some great clinics lined up there. And while Speed still struggles here, we'll get this stream started.